Good evening and welcome to the stream. This is part 28 of our ongoing journey to finish Might and Magic 2 on the Mac. We did make some progress on last night's stream. We finished up the elemental planes of fire and the elemental plane of earth, and now we have the elemental plane of water and the elemental plane of air to go. We made a little attempt last night just before heading to bed on the water plane, and we had little luck. It seemed very difficult, so I will attempt it again now, see if we do any better, but if we don't, we might have to try some tricks to get around the enemies there, and we'll see how it goes. We might have just been extraordinarily unlucky last night, or we might have to figure out some new spells. It could be that the spells that we're currently using don't work very well. We'll might have to figure some new plans out, but without further ado, let's skip into the game. Get going here. Hello there, Duke. Welcome. Welcome to the stream, dude. We are just about to get going with the final two elemental planes. There is the elemental plane of water and the elemental plane of air that remains. We finished the other two last night with a decent amount of dying. We died so many times that I had to rejuvenate the clerics multiple times, and I should probably start by doing that now. They are pretty old, both of them, since we had to cast Raise of the Dead multiple times. So many times, in fact, that they've done a trip from 40 to 67 at least 4 times. Let's see where we get with this here. One of the most annoying things with this spell is that it has a pretty high chance of backfiring, so every time it does, it basically makes you older instead of making you younger, which is a bit of a problem. This stage we might even be tempted to do a little sidetrack here and go for the Fountain of Youth. So even start by doing that. It's potentially a good idea. Check my notes here. Where is it? I had forgotten how annoying these snow drifts are here. Trying to remember where this location is. Thought I had written it down, but it seems I have not. This is the Tundra Cave. That's not the correct cave. It's in Sarakin's mine. I'm just trying to remember where it is. Sarakin's mine is not here. In fact, down here. This is Sarakin's mine. That is the correct location. Now to remember where exactly this fight took place. It's somewhere up here. Yeah, I think it's actually in the upper corner here. So I have to have this fight with Sarakin again to get to it. And that's okay. It should be fairly easy now. We've leveled up multiple levels since then. It's been a long time since we were here. And this is the only place in the game where I've found anything which can consistently do this. So, one rather remarkable thing about the teleport spell is that it can actually, if you go too many squares forward, it will actually send you backwards. It's on the other side. It's not here, so it's on the other side. Let's go a few squares here forward. Potentially here, cast the protection spells before going in. Here it is, a fight with Sarakin. Let's see how we do here. Should do pretty well. It's just Sarakin that remains here. He's mostly immune to anything but magic, but we've gained some pretty cool spell. Now, Sarakin's secret fountain appears before you take a drink. Yes, you feel rejuvenated, and this is the only place in the game where everybody is reset to 23. So instead of having to cast the rejuvenate spell multiple times and have it fail over and over, we can just do this. Sign into the inn here, and we'll get going to the elemental plane. I think I set the beacon right next to the... No, the beacon is still set at the elemental plane of fire. Let's travel to Atlantium then again and go outside. Cast the volcanic water here and make our way downwards to the edge of the map. Now we need to cast the water encasement, or rather water transmutation spell, so that we can enter the plane. We are here, decently protected. Tried this last night and we had rotten luck fighting the monsters here. I had already written down the third red message. The game sort of forces you to map every square here to get the talons, and as well as to get these messages. The red message is the final message in the game. We've already deciphered the green and yellow messages. And here we go, this is the first encounter. Let's see how we do this time. Yeah, hopefully better than we did last time. We tried a dancing sword spell, we didn't do so well then. We weren't fully rested now, it's probably a bad idea. But we are actually doing better this time than we did last time. Perhaps just got extraordinarily unlucky. Our robber is still alive, we will get the chest here. And we finished mapping this, so dismiss the hireling and arrest. Go back to Millgate and restore our condition and return. Where did the hireling go? Potentially he went all the way back to potentially he went to Atlantium. Hello there, Gleeser, welcome to the stream. I'll restore. Hope you're feeling better tonight, Gleeser. This is probably where our hireling is staying at the moment. Let's go fetch him. Yes, he's here. This is the correct order here. Save this particular status and then head back outside. Cast the transmutation here. Yeah, that's certainly potentially a problem. I have a pretty high resolution screen on my laptop as well. I tend to use it in a scaled format. Yeah. My eyesight certainly used to be better than it is right now. These water elementals are quite difficult to deal with. We have rotten luck dealing with them here. Perhaps this one was more difficult than the other one, but it still seems very tough. Funny, however, that we had one of these fights and that went okay, but then we had this one. It was absolutely impossible to finish. So maybe it's like in many instances of the game, the luck of the draw here. Don't really want to have this fight here. Why is it impossible? Yes, okay, because Sir Hiron is very much dead. Certainly a problem here. Might have forgotten to cast the protection spells before we continued. That might explain why this went so badly. We'll set the beacon here. Hopefully we can return, and then we can start off directly next to the lane. Glisa, we are not old, we are just we are mature. Age is only a concept. You will absolutely refuse to be old. These are truly still very difficult. Seems also that the water elementals, they take considerably more to bring down than the fire elementals, and seems to be particularly bad when we lose the archer. He seems to be a pretty big factor in how the battle goes. I've seen recently that when he attacks with the bow, he can cause up to 200 damage with the bow. So he's in fact more effective with the bow than with almost all of his spells. So it's somewhat interesting. In some ways, it does appear that way. Yes, it seems to take a lot longer to bring down these elementals here. Perhaps just a question of which order to do this in. Might well be. This went fairly well. Had quite a few that have gone considerably worse than this. I was sort of hoping that these would be considerably easier than the ones that we had previously. I'm wondering if this is perhaps the correct way to approach this, to try to take down the water elementals first and then focus our energy on the Hydra. Seems to work better than just attacking them all equally, because at least some of them die, so the damage is reduced slowly. Not happy with the treasure that we are finding. That, along with the fact that we need to rest so much, means that we are probably again hemorrhaging money. I think we lost 400,000 to the hireling while exploring the elemental plane of Earth. What we can do here is try to take these down. Which is potentially something that we can do with just a not that much more unlucky. We could potentially do that with just a single spell. Nice. Now we're in trouble, only the thief remains. He seems to be largely immune, but eventually does go down, so the little progress that we had made is lost here. So this does look like it's going to be very similar to the rather annoying times that we had, that the should really go inside and heal the hireling and save with him fully healed. He's when we saved, the hireling was dead, which is not a good idea. It's free to heal him, so all we have to do is stop by the temple. Yeah, it's funny how we seem to... Potentially the problem here is that none of the armor we are wearing is protective from the water spells. And even though we have the full force of the protection on, we are still getting a lot of damage. Now, my idea here is to try to focus on getting one of them down here. Matters quite a bit whether we are able to hit the water elemental with the implosion spell, or whether we are unsuccessful. They are sometimes resistant to it, sometimes not. But, if we do hit them with the implosion spell, it causes so much damage that they go down in a single blow, which certainly helps. I will still try to do at least one strip before going back and saving, otherwise the going is just so slow. I think we should be able to do that. Now the Moonray spell, which we have not used a great deal so far in the game, is so useful in exactly these circumstances. Need to heal Paladin here. Should have done it before resting. The main benefit of the Moonray spell is that it does not perhaps cause a lot of damage, but none of the clerical combat spells really cause a lot of damage. Most of them are fairly tame. However, it has the wondrous ability to actually heal the party as you go along. It seems that the bottom water elemental is far more susceptible to the implosion spell than the one in the middle, so we will focus our attacks there. I think we are slowly learning how to do this. We've been mostly successful here. Still hoping that the final plane, the elemental plane of air, is the easiest one, so that we can actually have a pretty lazy time finishing that. I don't know how long we spent on the elemental plane of Earth last night, but it was a long time that we spent. What is really keeping us alive here is the fact that we are largely successful in getting rid of them so that they don't continue to attack us, and also using the Moonray spell. Yeah, there is very little else here. It's just a bunch of encounters. But you have to do them anyway, because you have to finish up the... you need to find all of the messages so we can puzzle together the red message. So you need to map every square. And of course you need to find the talons. It's not optional in the game at all. Now, this time around we were pretty unlucky. But we might recover anyway. It depends on how this goes here. This was unfortunate. We managed to get out alive anyway. So raise up dead party members, rest a little bit. Let's not forget to cast the protection spells. It seems that our weapons are very badly protected, and the armor as well, so if we get into one of these fights without the protection spell in place, we are almost certainly dead. We are making decent progress at this stage. It's unfortunate we lost the sorcerer again. Okay. I don't dare except turn in every direction on every square to see if there is something that only triggers from one direction. Happens in many places in the game, so you can't not plan for that. It is also a bit unfortunate, particularly here, that we don't have decent weapon for the robber. And now we are forced to go back since we've lost the both the cleric and the paladin. We are unable to resurrect the party. So we will dismiss the hireling here. Rest until we find ourselves back. Which takes a random amount of time, but always occurs in the end. And store in the temple. We are down to about 300,000 gold, which seems like a very low number. But we are leveling up. Yeah, there is a C64 version. I think that's almost a direct port of the Apple II version. Now what I will do here, I will since we always get forced back to Middlegate, I will add the party here and then make them travel back to Middlegate. Don't remember if I actually set the beacon in the correct location. I don't think we did not, so we will have to do that again anyway. But let's use the town portal and go back to Middlegate. We will sign into the inn here, save this current state, and then we will travel back to Atlantium. When we're lucky enough to bring down a water elemental in the first shot, then that often helps considerably. This was a particularly bad run here. Let's cast the moon ray. William Tell is dead. Not a lot we can do about that at the moment. Down he goes. Okay, nothing else happening here. Yeah, there is a, it's true, there is a C64 port. There is also an Apple II port, and I'm not sure if John Van Caravan actually programmed the Apple II port again himself. He at least made the original Apple II version of the game number 1. That was his system. This is a tough run here. We are having a lot of difficulty this particular run. It's proven very difficult. Finally, the elemental goes down here. I try to split the task of reviving between the cleric and the paladin so that they age equally. Paladin is now 28, whereas the cleric is 29, so doing a decent job of that. This is going okay. We're about halfway done here with the plane. Now, this is usually where things turn out pretty well for us. This is as lucky as we get. And we managed to take down one of them immediately with the bow and then another one with the implosion spell. That means that we have a decent chance of everyone surviving. And we do. And we get sent back, but that's okay. We should sell some of this crap anyway. Now we have an S-ring mail here, decently valuable, but we have better armor. Probably have some items on Sir Hiron as well, yes. Did we remember to set a beacon? We probably did not. No, we did not. Okay, all spells cast. That's to the end here. But as I was saying earlier, it's not good that we don't have a better weapon for the robber, but we simply can't afford the slot to equip him with both a decent bow as well as a decent melee weapon. We just don't have the space to do that, so now we're not in a good position here. You'll have to dismiss the hireling and rest until we get brought back here. Okay. Cast all of the protection spells. Travel up to Atlantium once more. Perhaps I shall attempt to remember to actually cast the beacon spell now. Seems like a very good idea to try that. Probably revive the hireling as well. It also seems like a pretty swell idea. Now, let's actually cast the beacon here and go in. Here is red message number 8. I will take a screenshot of it, store it. We are missing number 7, as well as number 2. It actually went pretty well. But remember to cast the protection spell. I might not have done that. That means that we are in deep trouble here. Let's cast it right now, in case I forgot. Down they go anyway. Let's raise them back from dead here. Take 2 on the cleric, 1 on the paladin. Okay. Protection in place. Let's move on. Yeah, at the end here, good. This is going well so far. Yeah, this is gonna be one of the ones that we make it out of. Now this is this fight. It's here again in the middle. I don't know if we actually stand any chance of winning it in these squares. We might, but, based on the one that we had in the elemental plane of fire, we left that behind. So it's in X8, Y0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's in 8, 8. It's the most difficult battle in the element, featuring some of the elementals and an additional element that makes it even more difficult. This did not go well. We lost the cleric, but we still have the paladin with us. Let's see how far we get here. Doing okay so far. Yeah, we survived. Another fight here right on the spot next to it. Seems strange. That did not go well at all. So see how we do here. 4 dead, 3 remain alive. This is gonna be tough. Although you do notice that they sort of run out of magic in a way, so they stop being able to attack you quite as well. Or perhaps the issue is simply that the characters that remain are more resistant than the ones at the front. Nonetheless, we lost 4 characters now. Nothing more here. Skip this square there. That was highly unfortunate. Down they go. To go buy some more food here. I'll use the opportunity to sell at the blacksmith. Now down to 270,000 gold. It seems like a very low amount at this stage in the game. I do think that we actually remember to set the beacon. We did. Okay. We don't want to. Seems there's a battle on this square every time. Only lost one this time around. We will have to make another trip to Sarkin's mine once we get done with this. A lot of these fights here. Okay. Now this round is going very well. Sometimes you seem to get very lucky in roll of the dice. Okay. A turquoise shrine with many fountains contains a domed pedestal. You insert your water disc into the slot, the dome opens, and you take the water talon that has rested beneath it for decades. Okay. We have found the water talon. We will trade it with the archer. We've now gotten 3 out of the 4 talons. Of course, there's a fight here right next to the talon. Now we can make a little detour here. Probably go down here, easier to approach the rest from above. This is bad when this happens. Now the erase that spell occasionally fails, and when it does, it either ages the caster but has no effect on the character that you're trying to cast it on, or worse, it eradicates the character that you're trying to raise, which is always bad. And okay. Get to cast the protection here. A lot of encountered free squares here. Game seems to have decided to give us a break here. There's absolutely nothing going on here for a long time, which is sort of welcome. Pretty tired of these brutally tough combat here. That could have gone better. I suppose it could have also gone worse, so... Okay. Well, this is pretty much optimal when it goes exactly like this. Can't really turn out any better for us. And in the end, this is easier than the elemental plane of Earth. It took almost 2 hours last night. We've been at this for about an hour now, and there are only 2 strips left here, this map, so it is in fact easier. No encounters in this square at all. Okay, we seem to be done here. I'll dismiss the hireling and we'll get lucky and get immediately sent back. It's the correct order. Sell some of the stuff here. Keep an eye if there's something potentially worth keeping here. I would say no. How much gold do we have? We're down to 227, which seems like a ridiculously low amount. We're almost at the point now where we can't afford to train the characters. So we should potentially go do something about that. Let's make a run at the Dragon's Cave and go earn some money. All these random encounters here on the road over to Volcania can sort of be skipped by teleporting back and forth here, but we can easily do this. So Oh, try to remember where this is. I think we need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 up first. And we need to go 1, 2, 3, 4 additionally. That's basically how we do it. Oh, let's cast the protection here and the light. Simply plow ourselves through this here. Lot of golden gems to be found here. These are at this point for us very easy battles. You can have multiple ones without even resting. However, some of them, like this one, do at least require us to perhaps use some magic. But the once this returned is then also pretty valuable. We can easily have at least 2 or 3 of these without much problem. Certainly making things easier for us, how well we are protected these days, how good the armor is, and how effective the protection spells have gotten at this pretty late stage of the game. Now we are already up to 317,000. We've earned about 100,000 gold here just in a few minutes. Try not to rest too much, since the cost of resting is pretty high. Attempting to farm as much gold as we can here. Well, how much do we have? We have about 350,000. It's not a lot, but it is some. We potentially have these 3 here, then we probably should rest. And we can take on the rest of these. We've filled up our backpacks with junk, so this is potentially the most valuable here. Finish off these 3 here. Take a look at the backpacks, drop some of the crappier items so we have some space for the more valuable ones. Do these 3 here and then we will head out. It's bad to be in the situation where we might potentially be out of money in the middle of the plane. I won't do that, that's a bad idea. We will probably have to return here at a later date to farm some more. Yeah. for now, let's head over to... Can't use the teleporter spell. I'd forgotten about that. Let's leave the Dominion first and head to Middle Gate again. And rest. Sell some of this stuff here. We raised 250,000 or so during this run here. So quite a bit. Heal potion. Oh. Now, we need the protection from the elements. We need the protection from magic. We travel over to Tondara. We won't sign into the inn. Basically going outside. I can't put it here. Not interested in having any sort of fight. Use the beacon spell. Cast the beacon here, and we will need the air transmutation spell to enter the elemental plane of air, and we are there now, ready to start exploring. Let's get going. Here is red message number 2. Now we have 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 and 9. Only 7 remains. Now let's see how we do in this fight. Whether this is in any way easier, it might not be at all. Might be very similar to the water elementals, and it does appear that they are perhaps slightly easier. They give the same amount of experience at least, and a very similar amount of gold, so this is probably going to be very similar to the water elementals. So it must be said that we have at least not died here so far, which is a welcome change. I've been doing a lot of dying recently. we have a pretty good idea how to fight them as well. We've gained some experience doing that. Oh, we got lucky now. We surprised the monsters. That is pretty much the best result you can ask for. We got lucky now that the elementals didn't get another chance to attack us. We could have lost 2 party members there at the top. It does appear that the this is slightly easier. We have still to revive anyone here. We've made it through every fight without reviving any member of the party. It's now certainly easier than it has been recently. It's still pretty tough. You need to at least stay very focused on what it is that you're trying to do here. I would say that the air elemental is definitely an easier enemy than the water elemental is. We are at least having a far better time fighting it. the element Hydra is basically always the same. That is the same beast. It's just the it's basically what accompanies them. That is the difference between these all of these battles. Sort of good that we got sent back. We can sell some of this stuff here. Found a leather suit plus 11 and a cinder pipe, which is not worth very much. Let's see what Hiron has. I'm wondering if we currently have something better here. Potentially this is better than what the we can wear it. It's incredibly common that the it really is incredibly common that the sorcerer cannot wear any of the items that we find. Due to alignment problems, it's very common. Now, did we remember to cast a beacon? We might have. Yes, we did. Amazingly enough. Cast the air transportation spell and the protection spells and add into the elements. We are slowly approaching fight number 200. It's been a while since we started playing this game. We're almost up to 1900 battles won so far. Seems pretty crazy. I seem to remember that in game number 1 I completed the game around the 2000 battle mark, maybe slightly more. And based on where we currently are in this game, I would say it's probably similar for this one. We forgot to cast the transportation spell. Can't be in the elemental plane of air without casting that particular spell. Now we really don't want to have this fight here again. Don't really need it. Oh, skip it. This is the boss fight here. We will ignore it for now. It's in X 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and Y 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's in 5, 5. Might attempt it later. There are 3 of these left. Now we still have a level 2 of many of the dungeons remaining. We want to try to complete that potentially tomorrow on stream. There are still some loose ends and some battles that we haven't completed in the game that we also want to attempt at least one more time. And there is still the circus. We haven't completed that yet. We're waiting until the start of a new year, which is coming pretty quickly. It's day 165 or so in the game right now. Probably attempt to finish that pretty much as soon as we can. We could improve some of our statistics, although it does somewhat seem in the game, at least sometimes, that the once you get past the there's a lot of difference until you get to maybe 21 or so, but after 21 it seems to diminish a little bit, so it's probably fairly important to increase it as much as we can without won't go totally nuts. In any case, we'll try to limit improving the statistics to the statistics that really need improving. See, we need to cast the transmutation spell here and go back. Oh, we are not interested in having this battle here again. Skip it. Okay, we are about halfway done here. It has not been nearly as difficult as some of the previous ones. Can't really afford to make any mistakes, but you're fairly confident that if you don't make any sort of mistake that you will make it through alive. And with some to spare as well. Okay, we'll go back again. Here is finally message number 7, so we've now found all of the messages. We already have the key, so potentially I can solve that off stream. Figure out what the final message says. Now both the cleric and the paladin are unconscious, which is a bad combination, but we did manage to survive here. See, another fight. 2 in a row here. It seems likely that we are approaching Air Talon. All of the Talons have been pretty well protected. There is a battle usually on every side, so potentially so that you don't have any chance of sneaking up to it without having to have at least one of these. Potentially more than one, actually. We are not trying to get away from these fights. We'll have all of them. And here's another one. We're pretty unlucky this time around. Potentially we might have forgotten to cast the protection spells, which would have been bad. It will turn out okay. Yes, we did, but we survived anyway. I was not right about the Talon being here, at least. It's not in this row. Usually quiet here for a few, but then back in business. We've actually been going so long now that we are running out of food. It's been that long since we returned. We get sent back now. As well, sell some of this stuff here since we're here anyway. I have a fireball bow plus 12 is potentially useful. So much stuff here. Look at this bow here. I have a star bow plus 15 here. Potentially we could use this bow with a robber. Want to check it at least. We don't really need this pirate crossbow anymore. We would do fine without it. No, wrong alignment. But we can equip this electric sword. Could we equip this giant sword here? Potentially we could, yes we can. Now we were using the fireball bow because it provided us with extra thievery. But the level of the thief is now high enough that we don't really need it anymore. It's I think I would rather equip him with the sword, and we might however keep this crossbow, but we will sell this fireball bow since we can't use it. We have not hemorrhaged money quite as badly as I thought we perhaps might. Mostly since we have not had to rest multiple times. We've lost a little bit of money, maybe 100,000 or so, but it hasn't been much more than that, so doing okay. And we've saved, let's teleport back. Still need to cast the air transportation spell. I can't cast that indoors, so we can only cast it once we're on the outside. cast this here. We're getting pretty close to being done with this. Amazingly enough. We've not found the Talon yet. It's fairly deep within this plane. Deeper than the other ones have been. Now we have no range weapon for the Pink Panther right now, so it's not at the front. We need to block, which is potentially not all that bad because he wasn't causing a lot of damage to begin with. It's potentially better to just have them there at the back. Now he isn't, so now we can attack and we do almost 100 damage. That is at least twice what we were doing with the bow, which is quite a bit. I think that's actually more valuable. We might reverse it when we are in a different fight, but we would need to find him a better bow. The +3 bow really isn't good enough. We were only using it because it provided us with the additional thievery options, which we now mostly don't need. 93% is more than high enough for the robbery. Doesn't need more. A transparent shrine contains a domed pedestal. You insert your air disc into the slot. The dome opens and you take the air talon that has rested beneath it for decades. Now I noticed that the messages in the planes are not identical. For some of them it is said rested for centuries. So appears there is a difference there. Now it is greatly beneficial for us when the thief is in the front to actually be able to fight. It actually mostly seems to balance out better for us than the other option. We're out of gems for the sorcerer. We will need to share the gems of the party. We have been casting a lot of spells. We aren't finding very much. These enemies are leaving a great deal behind. Yeah, something I could have done something like that as well, Gleezer, but it's not fun to watch on stream. I would have had to do it offline. Or at least I think it isn't fun. I think it's rather boring to watch that on stream. Endless leveling exercises. I think we forgot to cast the protection here. I will cast it now. Should help us a little bit. And then attack the rest of them. We will make it, even though we made this mistake. This plane is considerably easier than the other 3 were, particularly the Earth plane was a major pain in the ass that took forever, and we died almost constantly. Only 2 trips remaining here. This elemental plane has only taken us about 40 minutes. So that's a massive improvement over the other ones. Now this is the last one. So get going here. Potentially there are only a few of these left, which would be fine by me. I'm getting fairly tired of them. They're very much always the same. We're out of food now, so that's pretty bad. We actually have absolutely no food. Dismiss the night here, and we will rest until we make it back to Meadowgate. We'll go buy some food to go fetch the hireling. Might as well reorder the party here. It takes an enormity of time to fix this without doing it this way. Yeah, it's how many times it takes you to get back is absolutely random. Sometimes it seems it's only one attempt, sometimes it's a lot more. What the elemental planes have done for us, however, is level us up considerably. We have leveled many levels up. So it's certainly been beneficial to us. Let's see. Cast the protection here again. Then we will head probably for the final time to the elemental plane of air. Cast a transmutation spell here to allow us entry. Forget if there's yet another one here. Don't think there is. There's one at the end here, that's right. Forgot about this one. It's okay. Can do with having another one here. Okay, we are ready once more. Let's get going. Finish this one here. Only one strip remaining, which is very good. We're almost at the point now where I could quick fight these and have a decent chance of surviving. Every additional level that we bring is very much helpful. Now, what I want to attempt to have some fun after all of this elemental fighting here for what seems like forever is attempt the dragon in the dragon's cave again. Might also try the boss battle in here again. See if we can actually finish that one off. Might as well try it now. We might actually stand a decent chance of winning that. We are fully protected. Let's go have that battle. It's in this row here, right next to this one. Yeah, that's basically what's left. And that's probably the order that you described. That's probably the order we will do them as well. There are 2 level 2 dungeons left. We have completed. I think there are only 2 of them left, rather than 3. I think we've completed 2 of them. Now this is the boss fight here. Let's now I will use a dancing sword spell, which we haven't been doing for a while now, since it does damage to more. No, that's probably the last stream that we go back and help the king. I think we've received some hints about it, but I think that's basically the content of the red message that we've been trying to puzzle together now. I think I can solve that off stream, and then we know something about what it is that we need to actually do. This fight is actually going okay for us so far. We've not done too badly. Now, having said that, we find ourselves eradicated, but suppose things could be worse. This Shalvent here is quite tough, as have all of his friends been in the past. We now find ourselves in the situation where we have no clerics left. No, we need to figure out when and where. That's basically the task now. Now we are not in a good situation here at all. Since we lost the cleric. A pretty bad situation. I might attempt to at least have one character run away here so we can save this position. Although it's tempting to try this again. It is tempting to try this again. It wasn't that difficult. Let's see. Cast the air transportation. Let's finish this, then return to it. Okay. It's now completed. It's styling again. Go back. I'm ready to head out. So try that one more time. We got a little bit unlucky there. Now I found a way to basically get there without, I think, having any sort of encounter. Think we can go up here. No, it's protected from all squares, so you have to have this one fight before going in. It's fine, we'll simply do that. This fight is pretty much getting quite good at it. Now, one more square. No, this is the boss fight here. Let's think about what we can potentially do here. It's somewhat tempting to try the implosion spell. See if it actually works. It does not, at least seemingly, work. Potentially the Shalvent will wait his turn. That's a trick we could potentially use against him. We can then attack the ones here below. Simply wait his turn. We can then use the archer to shoot. Although this does mean that we can only use one character to actually do damage. We eventually do quite a bit of damage. The only problem is that we will slowly be plowed down here, but we could cast some of the power cure spells. So not really using most of our spell points here at this point. This is potentially a way we could do this, even though it's a little bit ridiculous to do it like this. The implosion spell does not seem to work on him ever. So that's not very good. I try the Inferno. That seems to have done absolutely nothing to him either. We are barely keeping ourselves alive while constantly trying to attack him. It's not going well. I think I might attempt a Moonray here to try to bring some of the party members back. This is getting very difficult for us. Done quite a bit of damage to him, but I don't know how much he has left. He has 122 left. That's actually not that much. Potentially we can get this done here. It's just a little bit more. $46 out of the 122 now, which is a decently high amount. This is a trick we have not used many times in the game, but eventually it does go down. This is a trick that we very seldomly used in the game, but we managed to use it now to good effect, and we get 900,000 experience for completing this battle, and we get sent back. So that was a strong fight. We eventually succeeded. We'll sell some of this stuff here. See what Sir Hiram got. Absolutely nothing. Now it's potentially worth it to, since this does give us a lot of experience. It really does. It's potentially worth it to go back and see if we can complete the water one as well using something similar. Can simply go to Atlantium. We might as well just sign into the inn here, just in case we forgot to sign at the other place. I don't think we did, but just in case. going to need the walk on water spell. We're going to need the water transmutation spell. Wherever that is, it's here. We're going to need protection from the elements, and we're going to need protection from magic. And we're going to need to travel to the end here, all the way down here. Let's go. This battle was at, I think it was 8-8. Was this one? Yeah, it was. There's definitely an encounter before we reach that, yes. You can see that we've been able to level up a little bit. These fights are easier now than they were. Not easy by any stretch of the imagination, but they are easier. We still lost 2 members of the party here. Could be worse. And of course we got sent back, a typical fashion for the game. You don't want to get sent back, you get sent back. So use the town's portal spell again, head over to Atlantium, go outside, cast the walk on water, cast the water transmutation spell, cast the protection from element spell, cast the protection from magic spell, and head back into the elemental plane. Let's try this once more. Don't think we can use anything like the jump spell here even. No, the teleport spell does not work. Either does the jump spell. We might be able to circumvent it like this, but I don't think we can. No. There's a definite difficulty change here between these, mostly in the fact that you almost always lose at least one member of the party. Certainly makes things more difficult when they need to be. Let's go. Get an 8-6. Just the same fight, except now we have these water elementals here, and the Aqualander did not even wait for an entrance. I don't think he will, and I think they will just plow us down here. So I don't think we stand much of a chance. They've already killed the cleric and the paladin. I think we have absolutely no hope of winning this battle here. No. We might also try the fire one. We haven't completed that either. Won't take very long. It's not that complicated. We'll go to Kenya. Check into the hotel here. Head outside. Cast the protection spells. We need to travel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 here at least. Start with. And then additional 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and at least 9 more. Then we need to cast, of course, the fire transmutation. We find ourselves in the elemental plane of fire. You can see where the fight takes place. It's the square that is unmapped there. No encounters on the way, and we go straight into this fight. And the Pinehurst did not wait for his turn. Oh, he's already eradicated a party member, which is not going to make things easier for us at all. This is impossible. We don't even need to attempt this again. Not at this time. Maybe later in the game. That's one more thing to check here is the... Can head back to Little Gate and might as well sign into the inn here. And I want to check if we can now access the spell there at the center of the dead zone. I don't think we can, but we only need one member of the party to survive. That's all we need, and then we can grab the spell. Nope, we still die. Okay, don't need to attempt that again for now. Then one more thing we should attempt, which would be then the sign in here. A dragon in Dragon's Cave, which is certain to bring us massive benefits if we manage to complete it, but we were ways off last time I tried it. We have leveled up some 5 or 6 levels since then. Might be enough. Just the additional protection from magic has been increased by 6 or 7 points. That's quite a bit. I don't remember how many times I've had this kobold fight at this point. I keep forgetting it's there. Yeah, I've really attempted to play this game blind. It's not true that I have not used any resources, because I have this document that I use to look up every item that I find. I've also used the identify spell, but I have often used the web document. So I have used some resources, but I have not. I've tried to cheat as little as possible. There's little fun in cheating your way through a video game. Let's have these fights here. Farm some money. Since we are here anyway. Yeah, we're basically only cheating ourselves. That is entirely correct. Still. This cave is now basically a easy way to farm money and objects. At least the first parts of it are. These fights, which we spent a lot of time avoiding, are now ways of earning a lot of cash. See, let's drop some of the less valuable items here. Yeah, where is the fun in that? Yeah. Half of the fun of the game is to try to fight your way through it. These cloud dragons are great for money. They give you a lot of money. Not a lot of items, but you get a lot of money. Some gems as well. Same is true of these frost dragons. They are easy to beat in a group of 2. You find decent amount of money. At this point we can basically just beat them down in a single, almost in a single punch. Actually found a gold helm +8, which is a silly valuable item here in the middle of actually more powerful than the cleric has at this moment in time. Let's see if we can actually equip it. No. So potentially it's useless to us unless perhaps Sir Roland can use it, or Sir Lancelot. See. Yes, he can. That's 1 up. I don't think anyone who can wear a helm doesn't currently have a gold helm. I think they all do. Yeah, they all do. So we can potentially just sell the gold helm +7. It isn't a major upgrade, so I probably should head back to town anyway. We farmed a lot of gold here. Continue the farming a little bit, continue fighting them off here. Fight a few of them. Find some more items, get some more gold. Also gain a little bit of experience. This is a fine place to do that. 10 of the wyverns here. They are good monsters for gold. Ten more here. And potentially 10 more on the other side as well. So these are easy fights and with a lot of benefit. It didn't used to be this easy, but they are now. Okay. Now we found some pretty useless items here. Now drop them. Okay, let's do one smart thing here. There is a big fight over here. I will cast a beacon. Oh, we can't cast a beacon in here, that's right. The spell doesn't work here. We will have to go all the way back. We can, however, do is cast a beacon on the outside here. And then we can go straight back to Middlegate, sell the loot. trade these items here to sell them. We now have roughly 600,000 gold. We were at the lowest point earlier. We were at about 250,000, so that's at least a decent improvement. Let's cast the protection spells and see if we remember the... Should probably rest here. Cast the protection spells and see if we can remember the order of the jumps to make it to the final dragon without having to have all of these fights in the meantime. I think we still remember them. We did this quite a few times. There is you walk 2 squares forward, then you jump, then you walk a further 2 forward, then you jump, and you jump again, and once more, and once more, and then you're basically at the correct point. Let's try this here now. Here's the ancient dragon. Let's see whether we are any match for it. 2 people did survive. We can't cast the... Obviously we can't cast the cleric did not. The archer did and the thief did. A really odd combination of fighters. Not a lot we can do here. Just the robber remains. Seems that the robber is able to try his hand at the dragon many times. Okay, we were actually not terribly far away from taking him down. So that was interesting. Wonder what makes the robber so immune. Might just be the fact that he's extraordinarily lucky. Let's see. We are pretty much ready. Let's use the beacon. Yeah, luckily we have at least equipped the robber with a decent weapon, so he has some chance of actually being able to beat him. Although the dragon does have quite a few hit points. Now it would have helped if we had would have helped quite a bit if we had actually been able to keep the cleric alive. We would have been able to gain another round, which would potentially have been enough. I think we'll just have these fights on the way here. Doesn't really matter. We accidentally stepped into it anyway. Restore all of our spell points. Doesn't run all the way through here. At least this gives me hope that we have some chance of surviving this, so it's potentially worth it, particularly if we get a valuable item, a valuable piece of armor, or a valuable weapon we can use. It's worth trying this a few times. We also have the battle with the ancient dragon over here. There are some items over here that we haven't been able to find, so potentially that's also worth it. Oh. Let's go, ancient dragon. Now just the thief remains again. Weren't quite as lucky this time around. Let's try this one more time though. Jump. Jump. Of course, we still have the option of returning here after we complete the circus. That is one additional option that we have. Potentially the one that we should be following, but I'm curious whether this is possible without going through that loophole. Now it's just the sorcerer that survived. She's at least able to use the implosion spell, but she dies then immediately. Yeah, we don't have either not enough hit points or not a high enough armor class. Perhaps we would also need to be extraordinarily lucky not to get hit. I want to try one more time, and now I want to try the dragon on the other side, which is slightly easier than this one, or at least was earlier on in the game. Then we'll say goodbye to this for now. If that isn't successful, by jumping in a slightly different order to keep an eye on where we are exactly. One more jump here, then I have to turn. Then another jump here. Okay, ready to face this. So shit here. You had an additional protection spell, Gleaser. What was that? Oh, here is the ancient dragon. Yeah, perhaps it's not good to know. Now, the paladin survived. That's actually very interesting. Too bad we can't use the ray, but we can use the power cure spell and potentially could revive the cleric. Perhaps he will survive. No. This one is a little bit easier than the other one. I don't know why that is, but it is easier. So let's try 2 more times. I will attempt every battle 3 times before giving up. Yeah. So much of this is the roll of the dice that can easily be that you are able to solve it, but if you haven't come close in 3 attempts, then it's very unlikely that you'll solve it. Here is the magic serpent. I'd forgotten about this fucker here. Potentially we can take him down. Really fairly likely that we can take him down. Yes, easily take him down at this point. It's actually not that difficult at all. He's like a giant ancient dragon, the serpent. This did not go well at all. Let's try this the third time and then we will give up. No one said this game was easy. Someone would be mad to have to claim that it was easy. It's not. Again, let's see, where are we now? We're here. Okay, once more. Again. And again. And again. And here. Again. We fight ourselves right next to him now. This is a similar situation as to what we had before. There are 3 of us alive here. Potentially we can cast some Fire Tuck. I don't think there's any chance of him. Well, yes there is actually. So we can cast a Divine Intervention spell. It gives us an entire new round of fighting, which will help us. Perhaps not enough. Try casting on the sorcerers. He has the best chance of actually being able to take him down. He might. He's immune to the implosion spell, which is rather. Also immune to the inferno spell. He's immune to the incinerate spell. At least got quite a few rounds. I wonder what would potentially work on him. He has so many hit points. One more go. I want to try this one more time. We are actually not all that far away from being able to complete this. We would need a lot of luck, but potentially it's doable. Got to jump. Find ourselves in a battle here with these earthworms. I'll not forget to jump again. We will need to rest before we go into battle to recuperate the final hit points. Well as the spell points, we sort of need the spell points more at this point. I'll jump again, rest, and cast the light as the protection from elements and the protection from magic. Now can't cast the power shield. Don't think the shelter spell does anything for us while we're not in. We can only cast time distortion in battle. Don't think any of the other ones actually do anything for us. Let's take a look at the clerical spells. Potentially we can't cast any of the transmutation spells. Be outside to do that. Holy bonus only works in combat, so does the bless spell. So does the immobilize spell. Heroism as well. So does Divine Intervention. I don't know which spell this is. That could potentially help us before going into battle. Now this was a better result than we've seen so far. We're able to attack him using 3 members of the party now. It's funny how this sometimes seems completely random. Let's go back once more. No, we don't have all the spells. There are two spells missing still, and one of them is in here and potentially is behind this dragon, which is why I'm trying very hard to get there. We know where all of them are. We found that in Castle Sabren, and one of them, obviously one of the spells is one thing just occurred to me. We could potentially use the transportation spells to survive in the radiation zone. Perhaps we could use that to actually get the Starburst spell. Just a thought that I had. Let's see how we go here. This is not a bad situation here, except we need to find... I will attempt to cast a power shield spell here that should help us, and then I will cast a divine intervention spell. Now we have as many protective spells as we could have. There are no spells to be cast here which would help us, so I will attack. 2 unconscious now. I've seen worse. Now, the implosion spell did not seem to work. Sadly. I'll try to cast a power cure on Sir Roland and have him cast a power cure on Sir Lancelot. I will restore a few hit points. Now only Magica is surviving, and we still don't have a spell that works. How many hit points does he have left? He has 4,414 hit points. So he starts with 5,000. Jesus Christ. So, no, we have absolutely no way of taking him down. Megavolts works. At least worked once, but we could never ever get this done. So we need to deliver 5,000 hit points. I don't see how on earth we could do that. Yeah, we should probably try that now. I'm going to try the transportation spells on the radiation zone. That's the last thing I'll attempt before making a trip and starting one of the castle dungeons. I don't know how many of them I will complete or how much of it I will complete now. Let's see. Just curious whether if we use the fire transportation spell here and the protection from element spell and the protection from magic spell, whether it's possible that we survive here in the center of this square. I don't think it is. No. Okay. Okay, let's stop this nonsense and try for one of the dungeons. Now, which one have we done here? We completed Woodhaven Dungeon Level 2. I don't think we have completed any of the other Level 2s. Finish Pinehurst first. Leaves Hillstone and 11-2. 11-2. Fun to be had here. The battle. Not an easy one. We have seen worse. This is the yellow room. This is not where we want to go. Where we want to go is lower. This. Okay, it's here. Great. Hate these fire fairies. Don't think I've mentioned it before. Actually, that's a lie. I've mentioned it before many times. Still hate them. We managed to bring them down before they do any real damage to us. I keep forgetting where the entrance to this dungeon is. This is not this difficult. I keep making it more difficult than it actually is. Not that it's not this hard. Fight. Action. Action. Now where is the 1, 2 are the stairs to the second floor. They're on the other side here. Can we cast a teleport spell in here? No, we cannot. We need to walk over there. We have no choice but to have this fight here. Stupidly difficult fight. All of these dragons here. try our hand here at shortcuts. Forget which is which. This is the Pinehurst one, and we are now in 1-2. This is exactly where we go down. Avoids having to have this endless fights here on the way down, which is good. Now we have never been down here before. No humans set a sign. Potentially that means that we will at some point have to leave some of them behind. I will set the beacon here. We can at least do that, so that will make it easier for us to return at a later point. There is no dungeon that I enjoy killing in more than level 2 of Lux's Palace dungeon. Would you like to send me there? No, not quite at this point. Right down location here. It's actually this is Lux's Palace Royal dungeon level 2. Okay. Not much here. We are struck with bolts of electricity which drain our magic. This isn't really much of castle guards and some trolls. This is not hard. Battle that we had upstairs, however, was actually quite difficult. I don't know why it was so difficult. Potentially it's level based and it gets more difficult as you gain more level. Now it would be good to get one of these out of the way tonight if we can. Sort of depends on how difficult this is. How many encounters there are. I don't know how long it took us to eventually finish the one that was in Woodhaven, but it felt like ages. Some old friends here, the plant golem and the dagger jaw. Been a while since we've seen them. Can't say that I missed them very much. In fact, it's quite possible that I haven't missed them at all. This is in fact not a bad combination. We can use magic on the columns here while focusing the melee attacks on the jaws, since they are not immune to melee like the golems are. And at least wasting all of our power here. Have to start doing some curing here. We are slowly losing health points. Quite a number of these dagger jaws here. not that difficult when they stand alone, but when there are so many of them, quite hard. So we are managing to put them down one by one. At this point, all of us are poisoned. We still have quite a bit of magic left, so to use that to our advantage here. It's a tough battle though. I eventually go down. Took a while. Lots of poison curing. Oops. What I meant to do. This is what I meant to do. Turn on the light here. Now. Game is very fond of these little mazes. This is one of these. Lots and lots of different ways to get to the same point. 10 of these sorceresses here. Highly annoying. Let's see how we do here. Cast the Incinerate spell, which is rather difficult to deal with. We can get around that. I don't have a lot of hit points, so they are actually fairly easy to take down. You just need to be able to survive long enough to actually manage that, which is easier said than done. Because you don't lose them all at the same time. Fine. God damn it, there are some gold thieves here. These rogues are gold thieves. I have to live with that. Not find the gold again. That is the game's way of trolling you. We don't want to go back and have to have this battle again, and the game knows that perfectly well. So we lost 100,000 or so gold during this battle. more fights. We have 20 of these monster mashers and their ability to cast the incinerate spell. It's highly annoying if it's successful. Plus we have the Devil's Envoy here. No, at least one of them was successful here. And there's very little we can do about that. However, we will have to return because we can't be without a member of the party. It's not an option, so we will have to make our way back here once we finish off these measures. Now there are 2 of us that are eradicated, and we still have 20 of them to go. Strangely enough, we've removed some of their hit points. 20 is a lot. Really is. And we can't use William Tell because he's very much dead. There are only 2 of us left. This is getting impossible. I will make one of them run away so we can at least attempt to recover from this nonsense, which is going to be difficult though. I have no idea how we could potentially make ourselves cars here, potentially just using the beacon spell. No, you can't cast town portal in battle. It's not possible. Now we will have to attempt to get ourselves back here without dying, which will be extremely difficult. Managed to run away. Got extraordinarily lucky now. Otherwise we basically would have ended up dead. We'll go back to town, fix this mess, and return. Game did actually save us a lot of money, perhaps unintentionally, because when we ran away with all of these eradicated characters, they automatically became dead instead of eradicated, which saves us 20-something thousand per character. Now we found a good defense ring that is potentially very useful. We've been having problems with the don't have a good defense ring here at all. It's potentially worth it to see if we can equip this with a robber. That would be highly valuable. Yes, we can. That's a massive improvement in armor class for the robber, so that was worth it. Sell the other one. Check the leveling status here. Still a few party members that are not far away from leveling. We made it through. Let's cast the protection spells and head back to this nonsense. We seem to be mostly at the correct level now to do this, so I'm glad that we didn't attempt this many levels ago, because we would definitely not have been ready. It does now, yes, but you have to wonder how this would have looked before we started the elemental battles. We've leveled 7 levels during them, so that's quite a bit. We have to watch the time in the game a little bit. What are the odds of being attacked while sleeping here? Can't be that high. This game can be such a pain in the ass sometimes. And of course we haven't been able to restore our hit points, and there are 2 magic serpents here, all very ridiculous. Try to revive the cleric here. Our only chance in this battle is to be able to cast the divine intervention spell. Potentially is the only way we survive here. I think even then our chances are pretty slim, so we might make it out. Yeah, there are many of these dungeons here that do not allow the use of the teleport spell, and usually the ones that don't are the ones that would benefit the most from having that. So it's just a way for the game to troll you even further. Now both of the magic serpents are dead somehow. Somehow miraculously managed that. We are going to have a tough time with these golems here, because we have not been able to focus on them at all, and they are going to need quite a bit of magic to take them down. And then of course, if we ever manage to take down these knights here, they are also quite difficult. There goes the cleric and the paladin at the same time, so I think we're screwed. We're never going to be able to take all of them down here. Nope. Yeah, he isn't one to make things easier for you. That's not his style. No, don't think we can use the teleport spell in here. No, we can't. Well, you have to have this annoying fight here. That really wasn't a difficult one. The difficult one was the one where we got attacked while sleeping. No, that did not help. Lots of these wasps here, making life difficult for us. Game can be such an asshole. These are the worst sort of flies, because they don't even go away after attacking you, so they get multiple runs at endlessly taking you down. Okay, they're dead now. It's just the alien probes that remain. It's unexplained at this point in the game why there are aliens at this stage. Where did they come from? Why are they here? These are all valid questions. Sure hope that these living dead are undead, because otherwise we are basically screwed. Now I say basically screwed, and what I mean by that is I mean we're screwed. And yes, they are undead, so this will probably mean a lot of experience points for us, but the archer and the hireling knight will be left out because they're dead. We get 866,560 experience points. That's awfully nice of the game. So we can raise these suckers from the dead. That was fun. Let's not do that again. This on the surface seems okay. Cronman trap is seriously tough. Should try to take him down first. Not worried about the castle guards, they can barely attack us. Down goes the Cronman trap. Let's kill the rest here easily. Now this is a circle here, it appears, so won't go down there again. Been there before. Let's head up here and try to finish a certain part here. It's not going all that badly, it's actually going just sort of okay. It's okay as well. It's not, the sorceress is difficult to deal with, but we can take care of her. One of her as well. Focus on taking down the cloud dragons here and the Cronman trap. Trolls are not a problem, we will beat them down easily. Okay, this is aim fairly easy here. Once you have the all of this protection and the strong armor, the mutants are really no match. Let's see, this appears to be mostly an open area here. Attempting to finish this off. no knights. Set the sign. Assume that the center here is where we will set the beacon here. Where there are no knights, let's see if we can cast a town portal spell down here. Yes, we can. Okay, good. That certainly makes things easier. We'll sell off some of this stuff here. Buy some food. See about leveling. We gain a lot of experience while there. And we're able to level up at least one character. We will sign into the registry here and go straight back. We need to get rid of the knights. I forgot about that. We have to remove both of them. I assume we are about to find yet another knight-like object. A barrier. See, we can't teleport. How do we get through the barrier? Can't bash it. No way of bashing it. There's no way of unlocking it. I assume there's a button here somewhere that we need to push. So let's go back to town and fetch the knights. I have to return to this square later. I'll leave the beacon there for a while. Then we can simply use the beacon to return to exactly that location again. Now we will use the beacon to get back. Let's see. It's possible that it's fake and it's knights only, but have to see. Now the problem with going back, of course, is that you have to have these fights again if you walk into the same squares. That is just a chance we have to take. The operation is annoying. Not too worried about the thug leaders. They will mostly run away. The operation is dangerous until it goes down. Now we will beat the lepers down. They are overmatched. Down they go. Let's see. Go up here. Is this part? Thick syrup drips from the walls. You consider sampling it, but you got to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, is it Dirty Harry or not? Potentially it's Dirty Harry. Let's try our luck. I'll take a snapshot of character's current status. I assume this has something to do with luck. Actually, fairly certain it does. Yes. Let's have the thief do it. He is, after all, the lucky one. I think he added some 2 of luck. If we remove all of his items now, it would take us a while. We could check out that theory. Let's move all of his items to the paladin. See what his luck is like without all of his assistant items. It's 31. Yeah. He's had some help. So that's good. Potentially they could all do with a little luck. But at what cost? The cost of personality in the case of the robber, that doesn't make a shred of difference, but for the rest of them, it's perhaps not the greatest idea in the world. Luck, however, is good, so it's worth it here. We won't do it with the paladin. That's a very bad idea. We might potentially do it with the knight, but he's already at 83, so we don't really need it. Could also potentially do it with the archer. I think that's actually a good idea. He doesn't need all of this personality. Won't do it with the cleric. We've already done it with the robber. We won't do it with the sorcerer. So rest now. This do for now. Yeah, you always need some element of luck. It's it's perhaps the most random element in the game. Luck, it seems to affect many different things. Luck is perhaps the single trait that seems to have benefit for every different class. Although it is perhaps most useful and a primary statistics for the robber himself, it's still valuable for many others. Now we have these jousters and we have multiple alien probes. That's fun. Yeah, the dice is a pretty big element in this game. I'll give it that. These jousters do a lot of damage to us. That's given that. So do the alien probes, for that matter. At least we're able to fight them now, and slowly making our way back here. These are tough battles. This was worth 200,000 experience points. The treasure is fairly tame. Now time to attempt this part here. I'm still curious as to what difficulty order these dungeons have. The one that was in Woodhaven, the one that was filled with all the teleports, was a serious pain in the ass. I was very tired of that when we finally got out of it. But this one is different. It's lots of these fairly difficult fights, but perhaps quite as hard. Doesn't necessarily mean that it isn't, because we've obviously leveled considerably since that was the case. So these Kensei are really tough. They really are very difficult. Potentially we can stay alive long enough to beat them. Still have quite a bit of magic in our pockets. At least the disintegration spell, more than a few rounds of that. And we have the power cure spell. Have multiple bouts of that still. Should be able to finish this off here. That was worth 255,000 experience. Yeah, you would think these games would have matured with newer technology. Yeah, adventure part of these games are fun, but the going in some of these battles is very difficult. Sometimes to the point where people probably would have just given up on completing them. Sometimes it's so difficult and it feels like it's near impossible. You do keep coming back to it, so you have to be a little bit persistent to try to finish it off. Just say that. Or to finish the upper part here first before going down. Try to do this in an orderly fashion if we can. This is potentially another one of these. Yeah, no paladins here. And then potentially a barrier, yes. There's a barrier. I have no idea what we need to do to get past that. We'll see about that a little bit later. I have a feeling we have still to find something here. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the real-time based stuff. I like being able to stop and think about what it is that I'm doing. Now. Let's finish off this section here. Great. It's okay, we're decently protected from both the elements and as well as from magic, so this will work out fine. Not take much damage here. Here is where these two connect here. Completed this circle here. Start here and make our way inwards. Okay. We are at least getting quite a bit of experience for all of this. Well, we are getting a pretty shitty amount of treasure, as has sort of been going in the game for a bit now. Especially considering how incredibly difficult the game really is. Now we have quite a few of the elemental hydras here, much to our dismay. Some 4 of them now. Seems silly difficult. Let's try the divine intervention spell. Let's see if we can focus on taking them down. We won't stand much of a chance of fighting 4 of them for very long. They are extremely difficult. Cast a power shield that will help us a little bit here. They killed the cleric. That was, in my opinion, unnecessary. There are still 3 of the elemental hydras left. Stupidly difficult to fight all 3 of them, but we still have a magic left. 2 elemental hydras left now. Try to keep the paladin alive here to the best of our ability. I don't know how we're still alive, but we are. Down goes the element hydra. And we made it somehow. Accidentally killed the hireling here. That was the spell backfiring. That can happen. Doesn't happen very often, but it does occasionally happen when you cast the Raise from Dead. Yeah, that might be true, Gleezer. It might be also tied to no humans. I want to finish this part here, since we finally made it in here. We've already gone up there. This was very well protected. I'm just wondering if there's something here. At least I don't want to go back until we've completed these squares here. Don't want to have that particular fight again. It was not fun. Yeah, it's possible that the barrier is there for humans. We will, if we don't find any we don't find any buttons or any way of turning off the barrier, that would then be the most likely explanation. I'll cast a beacon right here and we will travel back to town. Fix up Sir Hiron for free at the temple. Rather, not, maybe not for free, but he will have to pay for it himself. I'm going to, we're already paying him a stupid amount of money for his services. The game does make using the hirelings at this level so difficult. Actually close to leveling up once again. Gained so many levels. It's day 174 now. There are only 6 days left in the year. I would very much like to complete this castle before the end of the year so we can focus on the circus. To start the stream tomorrow would be very beneficial to us now. Annoyingly, I think we might have to go back that way because there is a square that we didn't map before. Very annoying when you don't notice this. Usually in these cases where it's been limited to a certain character class, you've been able to enter into the square, you've just not been able to actually get the item. You just got sent back to some location. That is that has been the going so far. Might change at this point though. An ongoing theme in all of the castles is being limited to certain character classes. Now I have no way of knowing whether we can make it back here without traveling back. We will have to find out a little bit later. There are quite a few of these endless encounters here. An air elemental here for our pleasure. Combination with some other nasty monsters, including the dead head and the dino spider. Plenty of the dino spider. Luckily we have at least one bout of the dancing sword spell left. That might be what would eventually save us here. No spider in this, so many of them at the bottom of the barrel is certainly enough to kill us. At least have to be very careful here. Down they go. The fact that we keep running into the elementals here sort of suggests that we are at a fairly high level of monsters in the game, not right now. We have the option of going back here, that is tempting. Bunch of guards, lots and lots of guards. We will beat them here. Tempting not to rush too much here, so we don't have to endlessly waste money on the hirelings. So we are at least not losing much money right now, mostly standing back. We can go this way. Lots and lots and lots of lepers. A single ale elemental here. Down they go to cure this disease here. Lots and lots and lots of fights here. We lose some money. No, we did not. Have to rest anyway. Operate the spell points. We never know what we might end up in a difficult battle here. Not finding a way of making ourselves go back here. We will have to go this route again and to return down there. Phase spirits, lots of them. Drained all of our spell points and they are immune. Don't think there is a way for us to get out of this. Don't think there is any way for us to win this battle. Can't cast any spells and we have no weapons which can do any sort of damage to them, so I think we're basically screwed. Yeah, all we can do is run away and hope we get to run away before they kill us. Take a while, and I think we will succeed in running away. We can rest and we can recast the beacon spell, which we were lucky enough to do in the correct location mostly. Okay. We're not totally screwed, so we will not have to have this fight here again at least, not with the same monsters. This one is very different. rest after this one. It's fairly easy. Now we can go down here again. So it's not immediately obvious that you wouldn't be able to do that. Such is this game sometimes. Take down these damn leprechauns here before they steal all of our gold. Now these royal horsemen, they are not easy in these insane amounts, and also for some reason there are only 2 party members at the front of this battle. Yeah, it's a good question why the game does this. All versions of the game I've seen do this exact same thing as well. They basically only show the top most monster, i.e. the monster that is at the front during the start of the battle. That is the only monster that is seen. It never changes during battle. Potentially it had been done to save memory on the low memory systems. But you are right in that every monster in the game is in memory, so perhaps on the lower level systems they are taken out of memory and unloaded as needed. That is highly possible. On a system like this, that should not be necessary. More of the face spirits are now accompanied by... Oh, shit. This is an impossible battle again. You'll have to run away. There's no way of getting out of this except running. And ending up with 2 dead party members. That's the simple. We'll have to rest here to be able to cast a resurrect spell. Game is certainly not making this easy for us right now. It's being a troll, as it's been for large parts. Let's see, let's go right back there. We will not be deterred. We will be victorious. It's obviously something here. This is a very different battle again. So much of this game is in just the dice. However, as I found out last time, these devil's mice are quite difficult. Yeah, usually the mouse-like monsters in the game are actually fairly easy, but this one is not. It's has a boatload of hit points and it does quite a bit of damage. These swamp things are also not easy. We are hello there, Edgery, welcome to the stream. We are in the 2nd level of Castle Pinehurst Dungeon, trying to finish mapping that off and finishing that. We are getting close to the end of the game, drawing nearer to the end. This is we have about 3 or 4 dungeons left in the game, and then the final dungeon, so drawing to a close here. But game is not easy at this point in time. No humans, set the sign. This sign says no humans, so that is interesting. Obviously there are humans in the party, so once again we've entered the leopard colony. $20 beers. Yeah. How many with the were consumed during the Amiga Mafia from Finland? Yeah, go listen to some music, then go relax in the hot tub, and have a nice night, Hatchery. Thanks for checking in. Hope you had fun. I had to leave your stream early. I had to get the 1-year-old to bed. I was getting pretty pissed off, and then when I finished that, I started streaming. Got to cure the disease here. That's not good. Let's do that now. There are 3 days left in the year 904. You try to finish this castle in these 3 days. Want to be able to now this one does say no humans, but I'm fairly sure there is a barrier. There's still a barrier in all of these, so there must be a way of releasing the barrier. I just don't know how yet. But at least we've gone down here now, and we know what's here. Let's go to the other side and try to finish that off. Yeah, later, Archery. Thanks, dude, for checking in here. I completed this already. Let's go this way. See what's here. Potentially some more fun games. Indeed. The usual combination of monsters here mostly seem to be swamp-like monsters and undead monsters. It's a combination of all sorts of things. Down go the swamp things and search. It's now day 178. 2 days left in the year. So for our New Year's party, let's try to beat up on the last ones here. Seems that the only way to get down to the rest is to go through this part of the maze. We potentially have to have some of these battles again here. It's very likely that we will have at least one encounter while traveling this path here. No, actually not. The battle is here. Bunch of mummies and some thieves. Get rid of the jester here. He's the final variation of the the fool, the juggler, and all of the other various types of monsters that pulled off the juggling tricks. Is the last one of those, the one that is the most difficult, but he ran away. He's a bit of a chicken shit. Now, there is no sign here and no barrier here. So, there is a barrier, yes, but there is no sign. Interesting. Now, it's very tempting now to there was at least one sign that said no human, so I find that very unlikely, since one of them says no knights, one of them says no paladins, one of them says no humans, and this last one doesn't actually have any sign, so potentially, yes, you can't enter with any human. That might be one of the explanations. What I'm going to do now, since we've pretty much finished this, I'm gonna set the beacon right here with this fountain here, and I'm going to return to Middlegate, sell some of this stuff here, and we won't go back until we've saved the game. I shudder to think what would happen if we were to drink something from this fountain now. That would destroy our statistics after all the work of mapping this, so I want to save now and return. That's the wise thing to do. I took a snapshot here. I'll take another one just in case. All are content. The sign read. I'll tell you what this did. It turned every character good. So we will quit the game and restore. This changes every character's alignment to good. Potentially not what we want. At all. Where are we? Now you can potentially use this as a sort of cheat in the game if you have a weapon that requires being of good alignment, then potentially you can use it. I'll quit again. We will now test out this theory, and it's because of the humans, which might well be true. I'll leave them behind and start by leaving the humans behind. Neutral. This is a half orc, a dwarf. The Hiron is a human that I'm aware of. William Tell is also a human. I think those are the only two in the party. Yes, they are. So leave now and cast the beacon. No, we will not drink this water. Let's see if we can get past the barrier now. Boarding to the theory that should work now. No, it does not. Still cannot enter, and there are no humans left. Half-orc, dwarf, gnome, elf. That's not the case. The barrier is still there. Perhaps, and now this is my final attempt at this. We will go back to Millgate. The sign did also say no knights and no paladins, so now we will leave the knights and the paladins and travel only. Now we only have the gnome and the elves with us, just a cleric, thief and sorcerer. Let's try this, and we aren't violating any of the rules. There's still a barrier, and the final thing I will check is if we drink from this fountain here and everyone is of good alignment, whether that is then enough to get rid of the barrier. It's not, and then I'm basically out of ideas as to how to do that. We can't use the jump spell, and we can't use the jump spell, and we have no way of exiting or using this square that I can see. We aren't breaking any of the rules here. There are no humans, there are no paladins, there are no knights, and we still have this barrier here. I have no way of getting past it. We found no switch either. There is no switch here anywhere. So I now simply have no way of entering this. It is possible that we will find out later in the game how to access this, but for now we will have to, for now we will have to leave it here, because we have no hints and no way of knowing what to do. We tried what I would say were pretty obvious things, haven't succeeded, so we also tried some pretty non-obvious things. Now we need to go fix the alignment here. Doing good. Yeah, I think we're fine. Let's see, do we have anything to sell? Yes, we do. Some stuff to sell. Let's train here. Training. Need 8,000. We can get 8,000 by sneezing, so let's go outside and do that. Okay. Now, pretty much everyone is at either level 36 or 37. Most of the single skill characters are at 37 now. Buy some food here. We're fully stocked on food. Rest. We'll cast the protection spells so that we have them in place while resting. It is now day 179 of the year, 9:04. To day after is the final day of the year, so that potentially means that we should be able to go visit the circus first thing tomorrow. Now off stream I will solve the red message, so we can read that tomorrow at the start of the stream. First thing on the agenda is to see if the circus is actually there, which would help. Otherwise we will have to wait until day 60 or 30. We will try probably every 15 or 30 days now. Okay, we can give it one more shot. Shoot, Gleaser. Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps. We still have the we need to finish off the Luxus Palace Royal dungeon and the Hillstone dungeon as well. I don't know in which order we will do it. We will tomorrow we will start with the circus, and if we can do that, we will finish then aligning the characters, and then of course if we've done some major changes to the element of the characters, we might try the dragon again, see if we can complete that, and then it's either the Hillstone dungeon or the Luxus Palace dungeon. Doesn't really matter in which order we do it. I'm not sure which one is more difficult, but if things go well tomorrow we should be able to finish both of them, and that basically leaves the at least the time travel and the final square cavern, basically. So then we are basically probably after tomorrow 2 streams away from completing the game. Whether we actually can complete the game is a totally different question. Perhaps we can't. We will have to then spend some time leveling up before we can try that again. But there are only the 2 of us left here. We are the hardcore Might and Magic 2 guys, so we will skip the raid. I will simply say thanks for coming and staying up with me, Gleaser. We will see each other again here tomorrow probably, and until then, good night dude, have a nice sleep.